Good evening, dear friends. Today we are participating in a contest by three authors. One of them is here, Anton Trekub. Other two are Liu Zhu, I guess, Kishin Wan, and Milesian. Among them, I know only Anton. He is great problem setter and great mathematician, and we will participate in round which is made partially by him. The round starts in 9 seconds, so good luck to me. There are some leftovers from the meta hacker part. Oh, sorry, English. Gloria dicts. Here is dictated to Gloria. Okay, so we obviously want to alternate the skills here. So we are choosing between uh, okay, I'll just write it. So we read N, then we read A, and we read B. After that, we make two arrays of frost damage and fire damage. So if AI, then it's fire, I guess. Else it's frost. Okay, what's next? Then of course we sort them. Not only that, after that we choose one of the two options. So we can double ans1 or ans2. So what can we do? We can start with fire damage and then doubled is so the first answer is like this. Uh, so if I equals to the phi minus 1 or I is so like we use uh, fire, frost, fire, frost, and then fire. So we can uh, so I should be, so there are at most two i's. Okay, or I is at least z of r, then we just add it. Else it's twice added. What about what about freezing? So freezing, I just double everything which is less than size of fire. And then the same thing goes for freezing spells. Great. Now we can put this here. Sorry for the noise, I still didn't fix the... Oh, it's not correct. Why it's not correct? So here the answer is 63. So why is it? $58 and $61. Why? I can just double this. I can just double this and add 3, can't I? So why is it 61? So I want to track ends too. So fire is just 6, 7, 8, yeah? Yes, it's fire. So, it's wrong. I should put here J. And also here. So in the reverse order. Okay, now it's fine, and I can test this. Okay, let's submit this. Okay. Retest passed, but it was very slow. Okay, let's look at the problem B. Sorted integer sequence. prefix sums. Sorted integer sequence. Okay, it's quite kinda easy. This is kinda easy. So let's do this. We read T, we read N and K, and then we get last key terms. Nice. So first of all, we have to check whether this is increasing. This is an increasing sequence. Let's make it this valve for the sake of me not making any mistakes. So if S good equals true, so what should be true? It should be that so let's just do it. If K is at most 1, then it's definitely possible. So I say yes and say continue. Okay, first of all, I check that Si minus Si minus first should be at least Si minus first plus F minus Si minus second. So if this is not true, then I say that good equals false. Then I say that so if not good, I say no. Then I have to check that if I take S first minus S zeroth and I multiply it by N minus K plus 1, this should be at least S zeroth. And then I just do what I usually do. Great, this is ready. Let's copy the sample. Yes, yes, no, no. This is correct. I guess we're good. I guess we're good. Oh, no. I think we need to check something, you know? Let's check. For example, I say 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. Is it possible? Yes. Why is it possible? Because I can just take 1, 1, 1. But what if I say 2, 4? This is still possible. What if I say 3, 4? Then this is not possible. Yeah, this is correct. I hope so. Test passed. Alice and Bob are playing a game or sequence. But then Alice moves first. So Alice wins if the sum of her selected integers is even, otherwise Bob wins. So she wants to make an even sum, okay? Okay, let's consider this. If the number of odd numbers is divisible by 4, then Alice just takes, they can just pair up. Alice goes first. Alice goes first. So, mm, I don't know. So let's look at the table. Uh, even, odd. So first of all, if uh, there are no odd numbers, then always Alice wins, just because there is nothing Bob can do. So if there is one odd number, then Alice loses. But in this case, Alice can take this even number. But in this case, Alice can take the even number, but then Bob takes the number and Alice loses. So in this case, we have this. Okay, when two odd numbers, 0 even, Alice still loses. In this case, Bob takes the even number. It's like the same, isn't it? So when Alice takes an odd number, Bob immediately takes the other odd number. Yeah? So I guess it only depends on the parity of number of even numbers and the residue of division by 4 after division by 4. So when there are three odd numbers, what do they do? So in this case, Alice wins. So when there are three numbers, Alice just divides all odd numbers in pairs. So when Bob takes an odd number, Alice also takes an odd number. Yes? So Alice takes the first odd number, and after that it is paired, isn't it? But what if there are, for example, three odd numbers and one even? Then Alice can still take. So Alice takes an odd number, and whatever Bob does, she can take the second odd number. So Alice takes the odd number. So first of all, Alice always takes the odd number, and now there is an odd number of pairs and some even numbers. So if Bob takes from the pair, Alice can take the second number from the pair. But what if Bob takes an even number? Then Alice also takes an even number. Ah, camera off. Why is camera off? Oh, that's okay. But if Bob takes an even number and there are no numbers left, then Alice can take. That's okay. Yeah, I guess we got it. So when Alice wins when uh, there is divisible by 4 number, or the residue is 3, or what? Or the number of even numbers is odd. Excellent. Okay. Is it correct? Oh no, it's not correct. I missed something. Oh no, guys. Okay, let's recheck. In this case, everything is okay, I'm sure. Okay, let's consider this case. So in this case, if the number of even numbers is divisible by 4 and even also by 4, by 2, then Alice can just pair up all odd numbers and pair all even numbers. And if there is an extra even number, she can take it on the first turn. Oh, what if okay, there is no need to pair up the even numbers. So she always take for the first time the even number and does whatever the opponent does. And what if there are no even numbers left? So Bob took even number and there are no even numbers anymore. Then she takes from the odd pile. Okay, so what when there is one modular 4? Okay, maybe I missed something. Okay, if there are some even numbers, so it's like this, okay? So Alice, so if there is even number of even numbers, then Alice loses. Why? Because Bob just can do whatever Alice did on the previous turn, okay? So if Alice takes from here, Bob also takes from here. If Alice takes from here, Bob also takes from here. And in the end, Alice only has this one number. Okay. But what if there is odd number of even numbers? Then Alice can take it and then do whatever Bob does. But doesn't she just loses? In this case, Bob wins, of course. Okay, first of all, if there is this situation and odd number of even numbers, then Alice wins because she takes this number and then does whatever Bob does. And what? What if she does whatever Bob does? What if she cannot do whatever Bob does? Sorry, guys. If she cannot do whatever Bob does, then the Bob took the odd number and then he has taken the odd number of odd numbers. And then we won. Okay, but in this case, we always lose. Okay, why do we do it? Because if there is an something like this, then Bob can simply repeat after us. He can always, if we took an odd number, he can reply with an odd number. But what if we took an even number? Then he wins just by, okay, so I have to fix the residue too. Oh no! So in this case, Alice wins only if E is odd and O is 1 modulo 4. Okay, so in case 1, 1, 2, 2, Bob wins. And before that, I said that Alice wins, yeah? No, I still said that Bob wins. Ah, what? I still said that Bob wins. 3 numbers. So here I say that Alice wins, but now the correct answer is Bob. Okay. Great. I don't remember having wrong answers since, I don't know, since I started working on this channel. Excellent, but not really. Problem D. Given a permutation in the threshold, computer sequence B So we take AI and we say that if it is at most k, then bx is the last element aj such that aj is greater than k. What's happening? Did we resolve 5 problems already? Yes. How could I guess? Okay. So b. So if uh, we can close this one now. So if x at most k, then bx equals last aj such that aj is greater than k. So if x is greater than k, then bx equals last aj such that aj is at most k. Why would we do this? Okay, let's consider the inverse permutation C. So CAJ equals J and ACJ equals J. So we want to calculate Bx. Okay, so Bx, where x equals AI, so I equals Cx. So Bx is, so what is last AJ? It's actually maximum y such that one it's not last AJ. It's not last. So what is last AJ? It's like I take maximum j from 1 to I minus 1 such that aj is greater than k and I just take aj. Okay, so in other words I say I take y such that y is greater than k and cy is maximized. And this is if x is at most k. Yeah? So I have the array B, and I want to crush it into two pieces. So in these pieces, here we have, just a second. Okay, so it should be like b1, etc., bk, such that all these numbers are greater than k, and all these numbers are less than k. It's not always possible, but still. K, k is between 0 and n. Why can't I just take k equals 0? So these numbers are greater than k, these numbers are less than k, these numbers are no more than k. Fine. So what? After I did this, not only this, but also uh, cy is maximized and cy is less than I, and I equals cx. Okay, so what then? What then? So kinda, I want to write a permutation under these numbers such that number here is the maximum number from this part. Ah, no, not from this part. It should be index. It should be index of maximum number, which is less than cx. It's so hard. So again, here I have the following thing. So I have number y, and it should be greater than k. Okay, so it's an index of somewhere here. Also, the number cy should be So what is x? X is this number. Okay. So cy should be less than cx. Okay, so I have two subarrays. Yeah. And I know that so for each index x, I know such index y, so that cy is less than cx and cy is maximized. And for each index of these, I know the index which is at most k. Oh, oh my gosh. So can I find the number n in here? I want to find number n. I want to find the number n. So number n is, okay, it can be in any part. I think it can be in any part. And on for this number, we have here we have 0, and here we have n plus 1. So that this number, no, we cannot find number 1. We can find number 1 because there is no y such that cy is less than cx. Great. So first of all, we should find number n plus 1 or 0. And this is number 1. Actually, we can find all these numbers and they are 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Okay, what do we do then? Then we should find number. Then we should find the number, any of these numbers, any of these indices. And this is number 5, 6, 7, etc. Okay, this is kind of doable. This is kind of doable. Let's try and do it. But I spent a whole lot of time on this. It's awful. Guys, I'm slow. I'm very slow. What do we do now? We read the number n and then we read b. Then we consider, let's just put them in sorted array. Yeah? No, we cannot put them in sorted array. We cannot put them in sorted array. Yeah, we cannot put an insert array. Let's make array cn. We have to make a map. No, we don't have to make a map. We can make a vector of integers. So we put I in y, I be y. Great. Now we construct the array C. How do we do that? We go through this array. So first of all, we look at all zeros or n plus ones. So let's take bool right equals. So we are in right part if this is. So if this is 0. So if we have non-empty y0, then we are in the right part. We also have current index, and the current index is, if we are in the right part, then this is 0, else this is n plus 1. So while true, we do the following. First of all, we take y current index. Okay. Now, we also have some current number which is 0 in the beginning. Okay, so these numbers will be car num plus 1, etc. Car num plus size. And what do? We want to find any of these numbers in y. Okay, we can do it. So let's take next index equals -1. So for int I in y car num. No, not in car num. I equals, yeah, car num plus 1. I is at most car num plus I car ind dot size plus I if y I is not empty, then we see that next ind equals I, and then we break. Excellent. Or not. Excellent or not. We actually, I said, I'm wrong. Here we have, we have y, so it's okay. We have the index. Here. I don't know how I will explain it to you after the contest. Sorry, guys, but I will do my best. So, what are the indices? Actually, indices are not. So I want. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. So these numbers, it's not correct numbers. I take I from uh, y car int. Okay, so if yi is not empty, then next index is I. After that, I say that C next int is car num plus y car int plus dot size. After that, I go through y car int and say that so if I is not equal to next int, then okay, let's do this in the end. If I is not equal to next int, then oh man, C I equals plus current number, and okay, so here we have current index. Okay, well, true is okay. Now we say that if next int equals -1, then we break. Else we say that C next int equals plus current number, and current index is next index. And not only that, we also track minimum possible k, which is, I don't know, n, and maximum possible k, which is 0. And here also we say that right is not right now. So now we consider all these numbers are from the right side. Yeah. So we say that if right, then maximum k is minimum among what? Maximum k. So what can be I? What can I be? I is from 0 to n. Let's put here -1, because otherwise it's just madness. It's just madness. Yeah, it will be just madness. I just don't understand anything. So in the array B we have numbers. In the array Y we have numbers from 1 to n. Okay? So I is just an index from 1 to n from the right side. So k should be at most I minus 1. Yeah? Yeah. Else min k is maximum of min k and I. Now we say, now we can fill the array A. So A, C, I minus 1 is I plus 1. Guys, it's awful. It's just awful. It's madness, but we have done it. It's madness, but we have done it. No, we didn't do it. Guys, I'm so slow. How do they do it? How do they do it so fast? Okay, there's a 0 here. Why is there 0? So, C was supposed to be filled, but it is not filled. And this is a problem. Ah, I didn't do it. I also didn't do it. Okay, I don't have to break, I guess. So maybe we have to look at this sample on a sheet of paper. Okay, we have 5, 5, 3, 1, 2. So first of all, we took 5 and we say that in the array C, this has to be 0. Okay, it is also in the left side. Yes. After that, we look, what is it? Can something terrible. Let's look what happens next. So let's look at y car end. So this is 1. So actually this is their index. So since we are in the left side, min k is now y. Why is it 4? It should be like, it shouldn't be 4. It should be 1. Why is it 4? I don't get it again. So min k is already 4. Ah, this is something even more terrible. But okay. So next int is 1. But it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be 1. It should be ah. Okay, so next index is like this one. Okay. Now we say that ci minus first is plus plus car num. Why didn't anything happen? Ah, I got it. Ah, this should have been done. It's madness. Okay, 1, 1, 3 to 4. 3. It's kind of strange numbers. These numbers are really strange. Okay, I think we have to recheck because actually I thought that these minimum and maximum numbers are unique. There is no way there can be anything else. So in this case, it says that min k is 1 and max k is 0. So this is even a contradiction. Ah, okay, I was wrong the whole time. Actually, we do this and we do this. So 4, 1, 3, 2, 4, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 0, 5, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. Is it possible? This is not possible. It's not correct. So this is 4, 4, 4, 0, 0, 0. Okay, 0, 0, 0 means that here are 1, 2, 3 in any order. It's okay. And 4, 4, 4 say that all these numbers. Okay, so this should be the maximum number. This is obviously incorrect. Guys, I'm doing it for you, but I'm very slow. Okay, what happened here? It's not correct answer. So here we see that the next int is 4. Okay. Let's look at the C. Now we feel it. Okay. One, two, three. I got it because we have an inverse permutation after that. We have an inverse permutation after that. Also, max k is already 3, so this is correct. And it should be 0. It shouldn't be 0. It's not actually unique. What? Sorry. This is ugly. So 3, 5, 6, 4, 1, 2, 3. Is it okay? Guys, I really don't know. Okay, maybe we can just send it, but first I have to check the whole example. So now it's 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it's 2, 1, 3, 2, 4. Let's try and send it, but I'm dying. I'm simply dying. Okay. Oh, and I'm not in good situation, guys. I'm not in good situation, obviously. What do we solve? Guess we solve B. These guys are killing me. Yeah, I spent a whole lot. Oh, 300 IQs here. Great guy. Sequence is said to be balanced if it's like a palindrome. It's just a palindrome. We want to partition it into several non-empty continuous subsequences. Want to partition it into several non-empty subsequences. Such that it is a palindrome. Okay, first of all, we know where the center of this palindrome is. It's either inside of some number or it's between some numbers. Okay, so actually we have several places where we can make a division. Oh, it's such an easy problem. It's very easy. I guess it's an easy problem. So there are several ways, so there are several places where we can make a division. The problem is with the zeros also. There's a problem with zeros. So if we have several zeros, then we have several places where we can make a division, separation. And we just multiply them. Okay, it's quite easy. It's quite an easy problem. Oh no, sorry. Now you know the temperature of my bottom. Have the IAM, read it. Now let's find the partial sums. Great. So now we have several places where we can make the separation. We can just go from both sides. So int answer equals 1. And we see that we have two places, I equals 0, x equals 0, and y equals n. And while x is at most y, we do something. First of all, we have to compare these sums. So if Sx equals Sn minus Sy, then we can make a partition, a division. So we say that int L equals 1 equals 0. Okay, x equals x and y equals y. And x while x is at most n and as x equals it's hard because we can have a lot of zeros in the center. Never mind. When x is at most n and sx is equal to and sx is equal to sx, we do plus plus x. And while y is it should be less than n, I guess. Now, while y is greater than n, is greater than 0, and as y equals as y, we decrement y. Okay. Okay, for example, if x equals, if x minus 1 equals y, then actually we are in the center. And if we are in the center, yeah, we have several marks, and we can just consider any subset of these marks. We can just consider any subset of these marks. We can just consider any subset of these marks. So the answer multiplies by cardinality equals power mod of 2 to the power of the number of marks, and the number of marks is x minus x, modular m. Okay, what else? Else we have several marks here and several marks here, and we want to take an equal number of marks here and here. How can we take an equal number of marks? Okay, it's quite a known problem. Suppose you have x marks here and y marks here. You want to take an equal number of them. Let's just take the marks from x and don't take the marks from y. In this case, the number of taken marks will be d from x and y minus d from y. So it is just y. So this is choose number from x plus y to y. So else currents equals choose from x minus x plus y minus y over x minus x. After that, we say that answer is prod of ans and currents modular m. Great. Else, if sx is less than sn minus sy, then the left sum is too small, so we have to make plus plus x. Also, we say that x is now x, and y is now y. Else plus plus y. So we say that we just output answer. And we have to find the choose function. So we have, it's a known thing, we have factorials. So if it's static int actually, if if factorials is empty, then we have some number like what? Okay, like this. We say that fact is resized n1 and I fact is resized n1, and for I equals to I less than n, factorial of I is product of factorial of I minus 1, I and modular m. After that we say that I factorial back is inverse of factorial back modular m. And then we go from I equals n minus 1, I at least 2, minus 1, I inverse factorial of I minus first is product of I and inverse factorial of I modular m. And after that we say that we return the product of two things, factorial of n and product of two things, inverse factorial of k and inverse factorial of n minus k modular n modular n. We are perfect. We are not perfect. So choose number isn't calculated because this is 0, this is 1. But this is impossible, isn't it? So x is actually what? What? Ah, why? Sorry, this is incorrect. Now it's okay. At least it should be okay. 2 4. Oh, it's not correct. It's some bullshit. Why is it 2? Why is it 2? So Sx is equal to Sn minus Sy? Why? Ah, I know why. So we have just to divide it by 2, don't we? No, so x should be 1 and y should be n minus 1 because we cannot divide in the beginning and in the ending. So what? 1 2 3 4 2 and this. Yeah, sounds fair. No. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Time limit. Wrong answer. Time limit. Yeah. Time limit exceeded. Retest 4. Why? 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 Maybe n equals 1. No, n equals 1 is okay. Maybe this test. No, it's not this test. Why, guys? Why did it happen? Why is it time limit? So this is static, so it only happens once. This is static. Here we work while x is at most y. Why is it time limit? Why is time limit? It's incredible. Why is it time limit? Fast IO is here. Why is it time limit? I don't understand why a lot of bad verdicts happened. I didn't have. I never had so many bad verdicts. It's like wrong answer and time limit exceeded. Why? It's awful. Maybe I have to make this fast. Maybe I have to make this fast. So I have to calculate the powers of 2. Okay, I can do it. I can make it 200,000. So I say that PO2 of I equals sum of PO2 I minus first and PO2 I minus first modular n. That's it. And then return PO2 of n. So still everything works, doesn't it? Yeah. Is it enough? Is it enough or not? Actually, I don't understand. It's like 10 to the 5th power of exponentiations. It shouldn't be that much time. Maybe I have to make some stress. Maybe I have to make some stress. I don't know. Let's make some stress so that so I don't worry. So here I say that cout find ends of A and int find ends of const vi A does all this. Okay, and stress now is while true, we say that the int n is RNG modular 10, then we say the a for equals 0. A pushback RNG modular 2, 3. Let it be 3. Then we say that find ends of A, and if I percent 1000 equals 0, 0, exclamation sign. Okay, let's try stress. Something bad happened. What? Sorry, but what? Ah, plus y. Oh my god. It's terrible. It's simply terrible. It's awful. Guys, it's awful. And first of all, protest just didn't catch it. Incredible. Why I didn't do this? I should have done this. Terrible mistakes, guys. Terrible mistakes. But now it should be okay. 46 milliseconds. 154th place. Yeah, this is what I wanted. Of course. Problem F. You cannot do anything but just solve problems. Given a simple and directed graph with n vertices, just color all the vertices such that for every color C, the set of vertices with color C is connected. Oh, tourist is great, isn't he? Is connected, and SC is at most NC squared, where NC is NC is the number of vertices with color C, and SC is the sum of degrees of vertices with color C. It can be shown that there always exists a way to color all the vertices such that the above conditions hold. Actually, I only given a number n of vertices and the degree of each vertex. It's an interesting problem. Can we just take each vertex and in its own color? No, we cannot. We cannot because yes, we cannot. We cannot because in this case NC is 1 and SC is not 1. So first of all, if a vertex has a degree 1 or 0, we can just ignore it. we can just ignore it. Ah, interesting. Hacking with a multi-test. It's nice. Okay, so what? We have a graph. We have a graph. I don't know. We have a graph, and we have several vertices. So the vertices of degree 0 and 1 I ignored. Okay, we take a vertex of degree. So now we have several sets, I guess. I guess we have several sets. And in each set we have, okay, okay. Let's take the maximum degree vertex. Let's take the maximum degree vertex. Okay, why cannot we just take all vertices and color them in the same color? We cannot do it because this is big, yes, but this can be small. This can be also big. Because I'm given a simple undirected graph with n vertices. Okay, I guess the problem is that the graph is not connected. Yeah, the graph is not connected, so we cannot do it. Okay, let's take the vertex with the maximum degree, and we just look at all edges from this vertex. All edges from this vertex. Okay, and we put this thing in its own set for now. Okay, among the other vertices, let's take the maximum degree. Let's continue it. And if by any chance we go to here, then we just stop and add all these there. Yeah. After that, we also take and do this. Okay, this sign sounds pretty easy. First of all, we make an DSU. I should save it in my template because I always write it from scratch. Okay, we have written a DSO. We do this. Okay, now what do we do next? We read T, we read N, and we have N lines. Okay, let's, yes. C and D I dot Y, D I dot X, and D I dot Y is I. Then we sort dr begin, dr end, and also we have some sort of colors. Okay, and we go through D, and let's see. So what do we do here? We make the query with question mark. We do the query with question mark, and we say that please say us something about vertex. Oh, I can even, no, I don't want I plus 1. No, not I plus 1. B dot Y plus. I can even say that V equals P dot Y and say here V. Okay, then I read the number of vertex. And if CW equals, okay, if CW, CV, if CV, then I just continue because I already know everything. If CV equals C, so if CV, then break. So if CV then break, and also I always I have DSO N, and U dot unite VW. So if CW then break. Okay, what next? So So I have two cases. So if ng is not empty and ng back already has a color, then current color is cng.back. Else current color is plus plus cl. And now I just go through all the ng, and I color cb in current color, and also I go through w from ng, and cw is also current color. Okay, and in the end I say exclamation sign, and for int I from C I say space and I and enter. Let's try it. So I have one test 5222220. It asks about 4. Okay, I guess we have something like this. Why 4? Because reverse sorting. Okay, 4 I say 3. 4 I say 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. It is said 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. Is it okay? But 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2 is also okay because the sum of decreases SC, it is 8, and the square is 16. Let's also do 2. For example, 1, 0, 1. Okay, now 5, 2, 2, 0, 2, 2. Yes, 1, 2, 1. Nice. It is nice. Is it correct? Yes, it is correct. Okay, we are fine, but we are not fine because we will still lose a lot of rating. But we can try problem G and be in a bit. Is it more in bed? Okay, 2671, and I am better now, so it shouldn't be that bad. Oh god. Okay, problem G. So let's consider some example. For example, k equals 1. k equals n. So we just remove the anything from the diagonal, actually. Hmm. Can be done with some sort of push? Not push, I mean flow. Let's continue our self-torturing. Minus 20. What a pity. Hmm. So I guess the thing, the thing is following that if we delete less than this number of cells, then it's definitely impossible. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, yeah. But it seems like yes, that it will be impossible if we delete less cells. For example, let's assume that we delete at most 3 cells. Can we make it? Is it true that we can always make a sequence of n minus 1 increasing cells? So if we remove 3 cells, uh, n minus 1 increasing, are there always n minus 1 increasing cells? So of course we can remove this one, because if not, then why just don't remove it? Also, we can also always remove this one. And there are 2 non-intersecting sequences, and we have to remove either this or this. What is it like? I mean, it's like we have several sequences. First of all, we have just uh, this, this, uh, I mean, for example, this and this. Okay. No, it's not correct because I can remove this cell. So what prevents me from taking these three cells and I just remove everything? Because I have a lot. I mean, in the center I have a lot of roots. So I like to have this one, except this. I mean, for example, 5 times 5. Yeah, I have this root. Yeah, and each cell can be removed. Ah, so I think it's going to prove. So let's consider this diagonal, even for every k. So I don't want it to contain a root of length k. Yeah, I don't want it to contain the root of length k. So in this case, I should delete at least n minus k plus 1 cells here. Also, I have to remove n minus k here, n minus k minus 1 here, etc. So I should delete at least n minus k times n minus k minus 1 and plus n minus k plus 1. And what is it? It's plus 1. So it's n minus k plus 1 squared. So okay, I get it. We definitely need to delete at least this number. Okay, is it true that this is enough? So we just have to remove this number from each diagonal. I don't know. I'm not sure. For example, this case, and we don't want to have a sequence of length 4. Can we just remove any 3 cells? Any 4 cells, 2 from here, and 1 from this diagonal, and 1 from this diagonal. Okay, let's assume that we remove these 2. I guess it's not correct, because I can take, for example, this, this, and I did everything, but I didn't block this root. So this is necessary but not sufficient condition. So what I say is, I say that the diagonal on the distance I from the main diagonal should be uh, it should miss at least n minus k plus 1 minus I cells. This is my theorem. And this is necessary but not sufficient condition, because in this case I blocked these four cells, but there is still a root. There is still this root. But if I remove the corners, then actually I have only 2 roots. This one, not 2 roots, but any 2 roots begin here or here and end here or here. And if it begins here, it definitely ends here. So there are just two roots. After I removed the corners, there are just two roots. It's very tough, guys. So what are the correct solutions? For example, I guess this is correct solution. I'm gonna just remove this square because here we have just k minus 1 cells and we cannot make an increasing sequence. It will go through one of these two holes. Yeah. What are the 1000? 1000. Guys, sorry for the fan, it's really noisy, but I cannot fix it. I have to find a dual problem. I have to find a dual problem. I have to find a dual problem. So that should be at least. So for any root, actually for any root, I should have at least Okay, first of all, if I can block, okay, if I can block this cell, then I have to block this cell. Yeah, and if I cannot block this cell, then I ignore all these rows. This is the first theorem, I guess. So if I cannot block the corner, I should ignore these cells. Okay, this is fine. Let's assume that we blocked it. In this case, the guys should try this and this. And is there some sort of the continuation? Let's assume that I don't block it. Is it true that I don't block anything else here? Well, I can block this one. Okay. I cannot block this, but I can, for example, block this, because this can be useful for this movement. Okay. This cell can be useful for this movement. This movement. I need to think, and I need to think fast, because I'm losing. Zero is I blocked something, yeah, and one is I didn't block something. Mm. Is it true that ones are always connected? Maybe. I don't know. Okay. I need it. I need that there is no way of length k. Yeah. Is it true that this is always connected? That these ones are always connected? Not really. Not really. Oh, or really? Okay, so on each diagonal, I have exactly k minus 1 points. it's true that I cannot move, use several diagonals to win. Okay, so all first letters are all here. Mm. First of all, let's ignore these diagonals because they cannot help us. We only look at diagonals which are at least k. And we have there k minus 1 points on each of them. And all first points are here. All second points are here. All third points are here, etc. Okay, so the dual problem is something like I want to find k minus 1 paths here, don't I? So I want to find k minus 1 paths which go through all ones. Okay, so I have several ones, and I want to find k minus 1 paths that go through all ones. No, no, not like this. Like this. So I want to find k minus 1 paths that fill all ones. And if I can do it, then I win. If I can't do it, I lose. Oh, it's a known problem with flows, of course. It's a known problem with flows. So again, I have is it some min cost max flow? No, I guess I hope no. So I have several. So I have a graph. I have a graph. So I have a graph, and I want to find k minus 1 paths such that all chosen vertices are visited. So that all chosen vertices are visited. And they should be non-intersecting. Do I have time to remind? Okay, 20 minutes is not that bad. It's bad, but not really bad. Oh. So the graph, and we have several vertices, and we want to visit all of them. Can we do it? Maybe we don't need any flows to do it. So so let's take a look on the leftmost one, which has to be taken. Okay, zeros. We want to fill all zeros. So I go to this zero. Actually, if I have any zeros on this thing, I visit all of them. Then I take okay, these paths are not intersecting, so I have to oh man. Oh man. I don't understand a thing. I really don't understand a thing. We want to visit all zeros. That is what we want. Okay, so I just do something. So what do? I'm here. So which zero do I choose? So let's sort all zeros in this order. Okay? From there to there. So I see some zero. I see some zeros. I just visit them. I just visit them all. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's hard. I take this zero. Then I try to visit as much as possible. So from here I have to choose. So I take the lowest zero from here, don't I? I take the lowest zero from here. Guys. So I just go from left to right. I just go from left to right, and if there is, okay, I take all zeros here. Okay, then I take all zeros that are still not taken here. Then okay, got it. I got it. Oh, I should be fast. I really should be fast. I have 13 minutes. Oh God. Okay. What next? Now we go through okay. So what do I do? I have all numbers in increasing order. So like this. And for each row, I have all numbers in increasing order. So I want to make paths from here to here. So let's just go from here to here. Okay. I say that my x is row is n minus k plus 1. Okay, for example, k equals 1. Yeah, then I want to find k equals 2, for example. Then I want to find two paths. Oh god. I want to find two paths. No, I always want to find k minus 1 paths. I always want to find k minus 1 paths. So this is less than k. Okay, then I start. I think I start here. Just start here. So, for example, if k equals 3, then I have these starting points and these ending points. Okay, so row is n minus k plus I, and column is I. So then I make a path of some length. So what do I say? I say, let's do it while true. I say that while, do I have time? Not much. While your row is not so if your is empty, then I just say that minus minus r. So if your r is empty, minus minus r. Or if you r dot back is greater than c, is less than c, is at least c, is greater, is less than c. Okay, then minus minus r. Else, what do? I say while you are dot, while not you are dot empty, and you are dot back is at least c, then c is max of c and you are dot back, and also you are dot pop back. Okay. Oh no. Okay, and then I say that c equals c and minus minus r. And it's not while true, it's while r r minus c is is greater is at least k minus n. Okay. And if okay, I'm dying, guys. I'm truly dying. Okay. Okay, fine. It's correct. Oh. Okay. Okay, fine. Then I say for int I. Do we have time? No. 0 I less than k minus 1 plus y. So ans I so I ignore them. I ignore the corners, but I say for int e 0 minus plus I int j from ui if I minus j is less than k minus n or I minus and I minus j is at most n minus k, and if then good equals false. Okay. Also okay, it's correct. I have to check it fast. No, it's not correct. No. Guys, I'm so slow. Why am I so slow? Maybe it should be. What? Okay, let's just. It's I had a lot. I hate it. I just hate it. I solved the problem, but I wasn't able to write it. Pitiful. Why error 0 and C 0? What the heck? So when k is 2, I want one path. I want only one path. It's all I need. Ans is true. First of all, ans should be in the beginning is everything is false. Ah, for example, k equals 3, and we have this. Okay, so if this is k equals 3, and I have this. I hate it. I think it will be okay after I solve it. But I am stupid. So I wanted to visit all zeros in this table. And this is not hard. This is not hard. Why didn't I succeed? Because I have to start with k minus 2 and then only go to 0. Okay. Still no. It's so noisy. Can I do something about it? It's not better. I don't think I can do anything. Okay, it's any option is ugly. Let's continue. I will lose, I guess, 30 points. 46? Damn. If only you know, if you only knew how sad I am. It's a dumb problem. Our time also done. I don't need it. So actually we are where are we? So k is 3. So we started here. We didn't find anything. Then we moved here. And now u2 is 0. Okay. And we say that we moved here. Now we moved here. Okay. Now we start in this point. Okay, so this is correct. This should be correct. So good should be true. Okay, the good is not true because in I 3 and J 0. I 3 J 0. It should be and God. But at least I have a great upsolving of problem G. Guys, it's frustrating. And I even lost to Rainbow. Mm, how dumb this is. Can I submit it or not? No, I cannot even submit it. Guys, if only I solved this problem. As far as I know, 40 people solved, so I would be in top 40 people. Top 40 people is excellent. But I decided to just not solve the problem. Too big. Too big. I don't know if I can, maybe I can move it here so there is no noise. I'm not sure if that helps. I'm retarded. Let's go through the problems and I will explain how they can be solved, including the problem G, of course. Oh, the taste of losing is so bitter. Glory addicts. So what's the problem? You have two arrays. Array with fire and array with frost. And you want to merge them, and if the element goes after the element of the other array, it is doubled. And you want to maximize the sum, and all the elements are positive. So they are from 1 to 10 to the 9th power. Yeah? So first of all, I don't think that it will be maybe this will be okay. So this is kind of easy. This is kind of easy and simple problem. You have two arrays, frost and fire, and your task is to merge them so that the sum is maximized. So first of all, let's do things in the following order. First of all, we will choose the types of elements. So for example, if there are m elements of frost and n elements of fire, then we decide in our final array of length m plus n which elements are frost and which elements are fire. But we don't choose which exactly elements from the array fire go to this position. We just choose the positions for fire and for frost. So there will be m elements of type frost and n elements of type fire. Okay, it's the first thing. And the second thing, we choose what to put here. Okay. So assume that you have chosen the positions for frost and fire. How you put the elements from here to these positions then? Actually, it's easy. For example, let's consider fire. There are some positions of fire which have frost beforehand, or you have some positions of fire which do not have frost. So it's like there is fire here or there is nothing here. So this is beginning of the array. This is type 1 and this is type 2. In type 1 you have doubled this element, and in type 2 you have just taken this element without doubling. You just take it to the sum. Okay, so you have several elements of type 1, several elements of type 2. Okay, if you have chosen 1 and 2, what do you do then? Actually, it's easy. You just, for example, if there are k elements of type 1 of fire and n minus k elements of type 2, then what you need to do is take k biggest elements from fire and double them, and take n minus k elements from fire, which are the least elements from fire, and you don't double them. So first of all, you need to sort both arrays, frost and fire, and sometimes you have to take k greatest elements and double them. And all other elements are just taken without doubling. So actually, when we separated this problem into two problems, into choosing positions and choosing numbers to these positions, the second problem is very easy. If you have chosen already the positions, you can easily put numbers there. You put the biggest numbers on the doubling positions and the least numbers on non-doubling positions. So the only thing that matters is the number of doubled positions. So this number k is the only thing that the answer depends on. Actually, two numbers. You have k doublings for fire and l doublings for frost. So you want to choose numbers k and l in order to maximize the answer. Okay. So how to choose these numbers k and l? We need to find them. And sorry, I have some problems with the wires. So we want to choose numbers k and l. Correct numbers and maximize the answer. What should we try? First of all, you can try, of course, it's obvious that you don't want to put a lot of equal elements in the row, because it's better to alternate elements. So let's try to start with fire and then go with frost, then again with fire, then again with frost, etc. What will be the answer? Okay, so each frost, okay, in the end, I guess you will run out of something. For example, if you run out of fire, then you just proceed with the frosts and do not alternate. And if you started with, and if you ran out of frost, then you fill with fires the rest of the array. Okay, so if so, what is the answer here? Which k and l did we get? For example, frost. Yeah, each frost goes after the fire, except these ones. So if frost is at least fire, then we have then each fire activates one frost. So it's just n, its number of fires. So, and if frosts, there are less frosts than fires, then actually each frost is activated. So this is n. And here we go. It is minimum of n and m. Yeah. So this number is minimum of n and m. Okay, what about the second number? What I mean the k. L is minimum of n and m. What about k? So let's see. This fire is not activated, and the rest of the things is the same. So actually, it's minimum of n minus 1 and m. Why? Because if you remove this first fire, then actually it's the same problem, but you have n minus 1 instead of n, because you don't have this first fire. So the number of activated fires is minimum of number of fires and number of frosts, as we have seen here. But since we have one less fire that we had in the beginning, the answer is minimum of n minus 1 and m. Okay. Okay. And this is the first way of doing it. The second way of doing it is starting with frost. And in this case, we will have k equals minimum of n and m, and l equals minimum of n and m minus 1. And in order to get the right answer, you just have to choose these two alternatives, try them both, and choose the maximum one. For example, how do you test this alternative? You sort the array of frost and array of fire. You find these numbers k and l. You take k top fires and l top frosts. You double them and take them doubled. And all other elements, you don't double them. You just take them usually. And you sum this all up. Don't forget to use int64 because you will get an overflow if you don't use int64. And you have tried this possibility. And the other possibility is minimum of n minus 1m and minimum of n and m. So we have provided an example, but we also need to check that this is the optimal answer, that we cannot have any greater. So first of all, it is not possible that k is greater than minimum is n and m. Why it cannot be greater than n? First of all, let's check that k cannot be, okay. K is not greater than m. This is easier. What is k? K is number of doubled fires. Okay, it's n, sorry. First of all, we check about n. So what is k? K is a number. This is number of doubled fires. Okay, there are only n fires, so you cannot double more than n fires. So k is not more than n. So secondly, we want to check that k is not greater than m. Why is it? Because each time the fire is doubled, it is activated by some frost. So the number of activated fires is actually the number of activations. And each activation is performed by its own frost. So the number of activations cannot be greater than the number of frosts. So it is not greater than m. So k is at most minimum of n and m. It's not only that, because actually, so if we can get k equals minimum of n then m, and L is also equals minimum of n then m. Then this is optimal answer because, as I said, it cannot be greater. K cannot be greater than minimum and L cannot be greater than minimum. But if you are, how to say, if you noticed, we didn't use minimum of n and m here and here, or here and here. Yes, in both of these situations, one of the minimums is correct minimum, but the other minimum is not minimum of n and m. It's n and n minus 1. So when do we have minimum of n and m equals minimum of n and m minus 1? Yeah, if we have this equality, then actually this is correct answer. This is optimal answer with both numbers are minimums. Yeah? So when this equality holds, it holds when in this case n is taken. So n should be at most m minus 1. In this case, these numbers are equal and everything is great and fine. What about the other equality? So maybe this answer is optimal with both minimums of m and n. Let's see. Minimum of n and m equals minimum of n minus 1 and m. It's also easy to check. It's just when m at most n minus 1. And these two cases cover almost all situations. So always you have one of the three inequalities, either n at most n minus 1 or m at most n minus 1. It can be seen at the diagonal. Okay, let's see. Let it be n, m, and this is n. So what is n at most m minus 1? It is just something like this. It is this part of the plane. And this is this part of the plane. And the only thing that is left is this stripe. Yeah, this stripe is not covered by these two inequalities. But we only look at the integer points. And the only integer points here are points where n equals m. So the third case is n equals m. So the n equals m is the only case where we don't get this. In all other cases, we can do this. So that both numbers are equal to minimum of n and m, and we win because this is optimal. But if n equals m, we cannot get this green box, because it means that k equals l equals m equals n, and it means that this solution wants us to activate all frosts and all fires, but it is impossible because the first element of the array cannot be activated. So the best that we can hope for is m plus n minus 1. And both these solutions get m plus n minus 1 in two different ways. So that's it. Actually, one of these two solutions gives the optimal answer, and we can check them both. This was kind of long editorial. Okay, nothing failed, then we are good. Let's look at the problem. Oh, it's so sad. Each time I remember my failure, I'm very sad. Problem B. Prefix sum addicts. Oh, I remember, but you cannot see what happens behind my beautiful face. Maybe I can put it here for some moment. Oh, okay. Now I'm in the corner. Problem B. So we have an integer sequence. We find prefix sums, and you know the last key terms of the prefix sums. Your task is to determine whether it is possible. Okay, this is also a very easy problem. You should always solve such easy problems. So you have array, check it, array A1, at most A2, at most A3, at most etc., at most AN. And you find partial sums. Yeah, can it be seen? Yeah, everything is everything good? Yeah. So S1 is A1, S2 is A1 plus A2, S3 is A1 plus A2 plus A3, etc. Okay, we need to, and we know last several numbers. So we know S n minus k plus 1, S n minus k plus 2, etc. Sn. And we want to check whether it's possible. So this is known. How do we solve this problem? First of all, what you first should do, you should ask yourself, what can I do with these numbers? And the answer is simple. For example, if we take Sn and Sn minus first, these two numbers are almost equal. The only difference between them is An, yeah, because this is all numbers, and this is all numbers except An. So you can find An equals Sn minus Sn minus first. Also, you can find all numbers up to An minus k plus 2. So you can find all these numbers. And of course, the thing you can check is that they are in non-decreasing order. So this is the minimum among all these numbers, this is the second one, and this is the maximum among these numbers. Okay. Is it the only thing that we have to check? No, it is not the only thing. For example, if you have array S1 is not known, S2 is 3, and S3 is 4. Then you actually have only one number as A3, and it is equal to 1. But it is not enough to check whether it's possible. And actually this is not possible. Because, why? Because if you have A3 equals 1, it means that A2 is not greater than 1, and A1 is not greater than 1. But this means that the sum of these two numbers is S2, at most 2. And you know that this number is 3. This is a contradiction. So actually, the next thing that we have to check is that this number, Sn minus k plus 1, is at most n minus k plus 1 times this number. Oh no, there is noise. My fan kills me. So this is the thing that we also have to check, because if it fails, then the answer is no. It's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. Okay, that's fine. This is okay. This is not fine, but sorry, guys. I cannot do any better. I can, I can put it here, but I'm not sure that it is better. It should be pretty the same. So this is the thing that we can check. And if it fails, then the answer is no. But what if it doesn't fail? Actually, the answer is yes. So the only thing that you have to check is, first of all, if this thing is non-decreasing. And secondly, that the list of these sums is and the second thing that you have to check is that the minimum of these sums is at most the minimum number that you know times the number of numbers in this partial sum. Why is it enough? Well, actually, because you can construct an example. So what is the array? You take an equals, you know what, Sn minus Sn minus first, etc. You take a n minus k plus 2 equals uh, s. You can take this. So what next? What number do you take for this number? You can just take this number. And also n minus k can be taken as this number, and etc. All numbers up to a2 are taken as this number. And the rest of the things is to take a1 so that it matches with this partial sum. So it should be s n minus k plus 1 minus a2 minus a3 minus etc. And this will be good. So a1 will be at most a2 because of this inequality. So this example works only if this inequality holds. If not, then this number is greater. Yeah. So it's like n minus k plus 1 times this and plus something else. And you n minus k times subtracted this. So in the result, you will have n minus k plus 2 and this addend. So a1 will be greater than a2 because it also has this addend. Yeah, so this example doesn't work in this case. But if it's at most this product, then a1 is at most a2, and this example this example is correct. That's it. And we go next. My heart is broken. Problem C. Even number addicts. Oh, this problem is great, but I I wasted so much time on it. Actually, I don't know the easiest way to solve it. You just consider different cases. You just consider different cases. So first of all, if you examine this problem, you see that first of all, AI numbers, they don't matter. The only thing that matters are their oddity and parity, because you're only interested in the sum of the selected integers, whether it's even. And the only thing on which this parity depends is parity of all these elements. So let's replace all AIs with ones or zeros. 0 if it's even and 1 if it's odd. And you find a number of even numbers and one number of odd numbers. Actually, O is not a good letter for it because it's like 0. So I will use D. So you have even numbers and D odd numbers. And you want to know who wins. If Alice moves first and she wants an even sum. And there are several cases. First of all, okay, this is not a color. Let's use brown. First of all, if E, so D, the easiest way is case if D is divisible by 4. Okay, it's like it's written like here, like this. So this is American tradition and this is Russian tradition of writing that D is divisible by 4. Yeah, so like if you read this designation, you understand what's going on. D is divisible by 4. And actually, in this case, the thing is reversed. Yeah, it's because in English you say 4 divides D, and in Russian there's no such phrase like 4 divides D. We don't say that 4 divides D. We say that D is divisible by 4. So for us, this writing is more logical. Actually, all all civil world uses this writing. So let's stick to this. So you have 4 divides D. No, here 4 divides D and also 2 divides E. So you have game where you have number of ones which is divisible by 4 and number of 2 of zeros which is divisible by 2. Actually, you can mm, apply the method from game theory which is called, I don't know, divide into pairs. So, for example, in this case, you have 14 types of moves. You can choose this number, you can choose these numbers, you can choose this number, etc. 14 types of moves. Let's divide them into pairs. So these two ones are now paired. Also these two ones are now paired, also these two ones are now paired, and these two ones are now paired, and these two zeros are paired, and these two zeros are paired, and these two zeros are paired. No, the easiest case is when E is odd. Okay, so we have one extra zero. Guys, I hate this fan. I really hate this fan. So you have even number of moves. What does Alice do? First of all, she takes this zero and it makes her sum still even. And after that, she applies dividing into pairs. She says, whatever move you choose, Bob, I will take the second move from this pair. So all we have remaining is some pairs. Always at the beginning of the Bob's move, you have some pairs. Bob chooses one number from a pair and Alice chooses the other number from the pair. So inevitably in the ending, inevitably, I don't know. Yeah, inevitably, in the end, you will have some. So Alice takes an element from each pair, and Bob takes the second element from each pair. No, yellow is not good. Let's take gray. And as you see, even numbers do not affect the answer. What about odd numbers? Uh, in case of odd numbers, uh, yeah, in the case of odd numbers, Alice gets the half of odd numbers, of all odd numbers, and their number is divisible by 4. So the half is divisible by 2. So she will take the even number of ones. Actually, it's right. So she wins because she has even number of ones. Okay? It gets a little bit harder when you say that 2 divides E, because now you don't have this first element and Alice has to walk into some pair. But she can say, okay, I walked into some pair, but now, Bob, I have the simple strategy. If you take, I can just write this strategy because you will see it many times. If opponent takes 0, if opponent takes 1, I also take 1. If opponent takes 0 and there are zeros left, I take 0. And the third case, if opponent takes 0 and there are no left, we take ones till the end. So it's kind of normal. Okay, these 3 cases. So first of all, this case doesn't affect the parity. Yeah. And actually, this is good for us. Yeah, because Alice's plan is to take one for the half of the ones. So if opponent takes 1 and Alice also takes 1, then they just took 2 elements from a pair. They just took 1 pair. And if they can continue till the end, then Alice wins because she took 1 from each pair, 1 unit from each pair. So this is good for her and this is good for her. And this is kind of strange because Bob took 0 and Alice had to take 1, but Bob didn't take the second one. So we have broken the rule of parity. Our rule was if opponent takes element from a pair, we take the second element from the pair. And now this is broken because we taken the element from a pair before the opponent did so. So it can seem that we lost. Actually, we didn't lose because, as it said, we take ones till the end. Yeah, there are no zeros left. So Bob will have take 1. He will take 1 after us, and we can assume that he takes this one because there is no difference between all these ones. So actually, we do not apply the dividing into pair strategy because we take the element from the pair before the opponent. But because there are no zeros, opponent is forced to take the second one. So actually, he's forced to apply this strategy. He's forced to help us. So then we will take some other one, and he will also take some other one, and we can assume that from this pair, because there is no difference in these ones, and etc. So actually, we will still take a one from each pair, and the answer will be d over 2, which is even, and Alice wins. Okay, so let's make a table. So, columns are A modular 4, not A, but D modular 4, and rows is uh, E modular 2. And what we have considered, there are 4 residues, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, modular 4. And there are, okay, sorry, I will remove this. And there are 2 residues modular 2, 0 and 1. And we have considered the first column. We said that in this case, first of all, we said that in this case Alice wins just because of the pairing strategy. And in this case Alice wins, but not because of the pairing strategy, but because of combination of pairing strategy and forcing opponent to apply pairing strategy. Yeah. So this step 3, it forces opponent to make pairing strategy. So in these cases, in these both cases, Alice wins. Something very similar happens in this column. What happens there? You have, not really. Something very similar happens when you have 1 modulo 4. So you have 1 extra 1, and all other ones are divisible by 4. And you have some zeros. First of all, what if there is even number of zeros? Then Alice can apply pairing strategy. She takes this 1. No, I'm incorrect. It's better than when A is 3 modulo 4. Okay, so there are 3 extra ones. So first of all, Alice takes this 1. After that, all zeros can be divided into pairs, and all ones can be divided into pairs. And moreover, the number of pairs is odd. Okay, so she took this 1, and the number of these pairs is odd. After that, she applies pairing strategy. Whenever Bob takes a 1, she also takes 1. Whenever Bob takes 0, she also takes 0. What happens then? She took this 1, and also she took a 1 from each of these pairs. And the number of pairs is odd. So if you add this 1, you have even number of ones. So in this case, she won. In this case. What about if there is odd number of zeros? It's pretty same as in this step. First of all, she takes this 1, and then she applies kinda pairing strategy. The strategy is written here. If opponent takes 1, you also take 1. If opponent takes 0 and there is also zeros, we will take 0. And else we just take 1 alternatively, once. So you can see that, you can see that it works because, again, first and second steps are okay because we just use the pairing strategy. What happens in the third case? Bob takes 0, and then we take 1 from some pair, and Bob also forced to take 1. He's also forced to take 1 because there are no zeros. So actually, again, from each pair, we will take 1 element. So again, the number of ones taken by Alice will be odd or even, and she wins. So the hard cases are these two cases. Let's consider, for example, this case. So there is one extra one. Why doesn't it work? Well, if Alice tries to do all the same, then actually she loses in both cases because she took this one. Yeah, she took this one. And also she took one from each of the pairs, but the number of pairs is even now. So she has taken odd number of ones and she is lost. She has lost. This is because this strategy doesn't work anymore. She cannot just apply pairing strategy. And when you see that you cannot apply a pairing strategy, then it's often the case that Bob can apply pairing strategy. Often this is the case. And actually, if you don't have this zero, then this is the case. Let's see this strategy from Bob. If Alice takes, I will write it here. Alice takes 1, then Bob also takes 1 if possible. And if Alice takes 0, then Bob takes 0. And this is okay, if possible. So first of all, the number of zeros is even. Okay? So actually, this is a pairing strategy. Alice takes 0, Bob takes 0. The only possibility that you run out of zeros is because you applied this step. You couldn't take 1, so you took 0. So the number of zeros is odd, and that's why you cannot take 0. But this means that the game is over because you have run out of ones and you have run out of zeros. You don't have anything left. So you can assume that you can always make this step. So if Alice takes 0, you also take 0. If Alice takes 1, you also take 1. And if Alice takes 1 and you cannot take the other one, then it means that Alice took 1 from every pair and also she took this extra one. And so that means that she lost. This means that she lost because we forced her to apply pairing strategy. I mean, we ourselves applied the pairing strategy. So we forced her to take 1 from each pair and also this extra one. So the number of ones that she had taken is odd. So actually, in this case, Bob wins when A is 1 and when D is 1 modulo 4 and E is 0 modulo 4. Bob wins because of the pairing strategy. What about the case when you have this 0? This is kind of interesting. This is kind of interesting because we can what Alice does, she takes this 0 first of all. When she has taken this 0, what do we have? I don't know how to explain. Okay, I'll try to explain. Assume that you have taken this 0. Now you have the following. Now E is divisible by 2 and T is 1 modulo 4. Okay? And Bob has two options. Either he takes this 0 or he takes this 1. Let's consider these two cases. First of all, if he takes the 0, then we all again have that D is 1 modulo 4 and E is odd. Then we again take the 0 and we pass the turn to Bob. And notice how the number of the even numbers is odd. So we always have the move, and Bob, in the end, he won't have the move because we will have 1, 0, we take it, and on the Bob's turn, he doesn't have any zeros at all, so he has to take 1. So at some moment, the second thing will happen. The number of zeros is still even, but Bob took 1, 1. So now the number of ones is divisible by 4. And notice that we didn't take any ones. So now our sum is still 0 modulo 4. Okay? Modulo 2, the modulo 4, yeah. It's just 0. We didn't take any ones. But now the number of ones is divisible by 4. So this is this cell. This is this entry, where both numbers are divisible by 2 and 4, respectively. And in this case, as we know, Alice wins. She just proceeds with the pairing strategy, kind of pairing strategy, and wins. So this is strategy for Alice. Take zeros if Bob took 0, and if he takes 1, then we win. And the rest of the matter is this column. So you have 2 extra ones actually, and the number of zeros is even or odd. And in both of these cases, Bob wins. Let's again consider 2 cases because I don't know how to generalize. So first of all, if you have a number of ones uh, equivalent to 2 modulo 4 and number of zeros is odd. So for example, there are 3 zeros. Okay, let it be 4 zeros. It's easier. Then Bob can just divide all numbers into pairs and apply pairing strategy. Each time Alice takes something, he takes the second number from the same pair. And in this case, Bob wins, just because Alice has to take 1, 1 from each of these pairs. So for example, in this case, she had taken 5 ones. And she will always take 5 ones just because of the pairing strategy. She has to at some moment take from this pair, from each of these pairs. And each time she takes from one pair, Bob takes the second one from this pair. So this is exactly a pairing strategy. Bob simply wins. And what if we have an extra 0? So this entry. In this case, as I said earlier, Bob can apply kind pairing strategy. So he pairs all moves up, but sometimes he takes the first element from the pair, and Alice is forced to take the second element from the pair because she hasn't any alternatives. How does it work? Strategy for Bob is as follows. So Alice takes 1, then Bob takes 1. And Alice takes zeros and zeros still exist, then Bob takes 0. And in the third case, Bob takes 1. So notice we want to prove that from each pair of ones, both will take 1, 1. So this is okay because Alice takes 1 and Bob takes the second one. In this case, this doesn't affect any ones, so this is also okay. And what happens in this case? In this case, Bob takes some 1, but since there are no zeros left, Alice has to take the second one. So she is forced to apply pairing strategy, which is not profitable for her. And eventually she loses. because she takes 1 from each pair, and since the number of pairs is odd, she has an odd sum. So in this case, also Bob wins. So first of all, you count the number of even and odd numbers. Then you find the residue of D modulo 4 and residue of E modulo 2, where D is the number of odd numbers and E is the number of even numbers. You look into this table, you choose the appropriate element from it, the appropriate entry, and you print Alice or Bob. This is kind of simple. Okay. I'm so tired. Can I just solve problem G? Oh, I can solve. I think this will be okay. This will be okay, and I will be sad because I solved the problem. Wrong answer, test 1. Why? Sorry, but I have to. But I have to check. So again, why isn't it okay? Why isn't it okay? I don't understand. This is perfectly the correct answer. This is perfectly the correct answer. Sorry, I have to check. Okay. 1 if I can delete cell ij. Okay. And here 0 is I deleted ij. So, I don't have to print the spaces, of course. It's done. It is done. It is the next reason not to solve the problem. Because I printed spaces. This is so dumb. It's so stupid, guys. This is my curse. I just can't solve problems. Runtime error on test 19? Why would that happen? Ah, it's dumb. It's simply dumb. Wrong answer on test 19. It's strange. This is really strange. What if there are no zeros? Do I do something strange in this case? Okay, I don't want to delay the editorial. Let's proceed with the problems and then I explain all the concepts. This is something disgusting. Yeah, this is truly disgusting. Yeah, this is disgusting because, oh man, it's not correct. I guess it's not really correct because I don't always make paths actually. So if it would be yes no, then if it were yes no, then my solution would be correct. But this is not yes no, and my paths are not really correct. There is a tutorial. Okay, we will move to that. But now problem D. Oh, problem D. Problem D was slowing me down even more than problem C. This is kind of madness. So you have a permutation A1, etc. AN, and you make perform the following process. Yeah, so you have first of all you take some AI now, and this is number x, and then you can fill bx. This is array b. How do you fill it? So if x is at most k, then you take uh, aj such that uh, aj is greater than k, 1 is at most, j is at most I, and j is maximized. Or n plus 1, which is still greater than k. So if kx is greater than k, then you take aj such that aj is at most k, j is at most I, and j is also maximized, or 0. So you apply this process and you fill the array B. How do we solve this problem? What did I do is I considered the array C. C is the inverse permutation for A. As I said, for each permutation A, there is exactly one permutation C such that CAI is I and C and ACI is I. And these both things, each of them is equivalent to the thing that C is inverse to A. If C is a permutation, okay, then these two equations for permutations are equivalent to C being inverse of A. So let's translate this piece of statement in terms of C. So you have array B, you chose some index x, and you want to choose what you put in Bx. And you put such, so let it be y. You put number, so if x is at most k, yeah, so you divide the array into two parts, at most k and greater than k. So if x is at most k, so if it's in the left part, then you take y such that y is at least k, cy, yeah, j is a cy, cy is at most I, and what is I? I is actually cx, and j is maximized, so cy is maximized. And in the second case, when x is greater than k, so it's right part, you take px equals y, where y is less than k. Sorry, the second thing is strict. Y is at most k, cy is at most ck, cx, and cy is maximized. What happens in terms of c's? Yeah, so let's look at the array C. You also divide it into left part and right part. And for each x, yeah, you find maximum number cy from the second part, which is at most cx. And so when you are in the left part, you choose the maximum number from the right part, that is at most this number. And when you are in the right part, you find the maximum number from the left part, which is at most this right number. This is what happens in terms of C. And you fill array B with these C's. How do we solve this problem? First of all, when this happens, this only happens when this Cx is minimum, it is less than all these numbers. So you cannot choose a number which is less than Cx, because Cx is already either minimum or one of the minima in the right side, but still less than all the left side. So actually, if you have 1 in some side, then two things are true. First of all, you will have 0 or n plus 1 in the array B, just because you don't have anything less than 1. And secondly, you will not have zeros or n plus 1s in the other part, because they all have the less number. They have this 1, so they have some cy which is less than cx. Okay. Okay, it is strict, but it is not important, because cy and cx are in different sides, so they are not equal. Okay, but what if you have several numbers, zeros or n plus 1s? This means, first of all, that they are all in one side, and actually you can decide whether it's on the right side or on the left side by checking if it's 0 or n plus 1. Yeah, so 0 means that we are in the right side, yeah, because right side means that we are now greater than k, and we have to take a number which is at most k. So n0 means right side, and n plus 1 means left side initially. What if you have several numbers, zeros or n plus ones? Actually, this means, for example, there are four numbers, that these numbers are 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, because, for example, if you take 5 and you do not take 4, then first of all, 4 has to be in the left side, and secondly, it this 5 has this 4, so actually 5 won't have 0 or n plus 1. It has a finite element which is less than 5. So it is inevitably n least possible numbers, starting with 1. Can we decide which of these numbers is 1, which of these numbers is 2, etc.? Kinda, but no. These three numbers cannot be distinguished, but this number 4 can be distinguished among these four numbers. Why? Because you have, for example, 5. 5 is here. The only four numbers that are less than 5 in the other side are these four numbers. And in case when there are several numbers which are less than cx, we do not choose any of these. We choose the number which is maximum. And among these two numbers, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 4 is the maximum. So 5 in the array B will point to 4. It won't point to 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3 are indistinguishable. You can choose anything among them, but you cannot choose where the 4 lies. This 5 chooses where 4 lies. So how do we proceed? First of all, we choose these four positions, and we know that numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 are there, but we don't know which numbers and where do they lie. We don't know exact positions of these numbers, the exact correspondence. We only know the set of positions and the set of numbers. After that, we find in the other side any number that points on one of these four positions. Not positions, but numbers. As I said, bx is, no, not positions, numbers. Or positions, I mean, positions. So y is not a number. Cy is a number, but y is a position. So there are four positions, and you find any numbers here which point on one of these four positions. And whichever this position is, whatever the position is, this is the maximum number among these four numbers. And other numbers are they can be put simultaneously, arbitrarily. Sorry, simultaneously is the other word. So now you find all positions that point on this exact position. And this can be easily done with sample processing, but I will explain that later. For example, there are three positions which point on these four. Then you know that these numbers are 5, 6, and 7. Again, if you don't have how to explain, can it be 5, 6, and 8, for example? It cannot, yeah? Because if it's 5, 6, and 8, this means that the 7 doesn't lie here. If it lied here, it had to point on this 4. So the 7 is in the other side. But it means that 8 won't point on 4, because 8 points on the maximum number in the other half. And 8 has this 7. So 8 won't point on 4. It only will point on 7. So actually, if we have three positions, then there are three minimum numbers to be put on these positions: 5, 6, and 7. And then you again look in the right part, which numbers point on 5, 6, and 7. And again and again and again. So you alternate. It can be strictly proven, but I don't want to explain it. I don't want to formally prove it. I want to explain you this. And I think I kind of succeeded. What will happen in the end? In the end, you have some maximum numbers. Yeah. So, for example, right part is fully filled, and here you have, for example, n minus one and n minus two and n, which point on n minus three. You just fill them, and there are two ways to deal with it. First way is you just see that you have found all the numbers and you stop. Second way is, as usual, you take these positions and you look here whether there is some number which points on these positions. And you see that no number points on these positions. So you just stop. So your while true, and if you see no number pointing to these positions, then you halt. Why every number is used? Let's take the minimum number which is not used. For example, this number is minimum number which is not used. Yeah, this number points, for example, on this number. And let's assume that we have just taken this number. Okay, we have just processed this number in the right part, and now we are looking in the left part. And when we look in the left part, we will see that this number points here. So what can happen, which results in us not taking this number? It means that some other number points on some other number from here. This is the only way we ignore this number. But this is impossible. This is impossible. These numbers are consecutive numbers. Yeah. So if there is, for example, 7, 6, and 5, then it is not possible for anything to point on 5 or on 6, just because they do not lie between 5 and 6, and they do not lie between 6 and 7. If they are greater than 5, then they are inevitably greater than 6, and they are inevitably greater than 7. So they will point on 7, not on 5 or 6. That means that all these numbers will point on the maximum number from the chosen positions. Now, there is no way that we do not notice this position. And if we notice it, then it will be processed on the next step. So the last thing that I promised you to explain is how you do it fast. Yeah, because if you do not do it naively, then you have several positions. Now you have to watch in linear time all these positions and check whether they look here. Yeah, for example, there are x positions, and you look through all these m positions, and you do it for all positions. So it's something like mx, where x is the sum of all x's is the right part. So it's like mk. So it's like O of n squared, or sometimes even theta of n squared. So you don't have to do it naively. In the beginning, for each number, for example, for number 6, you look at all sixes and you make a vector of ints which stores for each number what indices in array B are occupied by this number. For example, if there are 5 sixes, then in V6 you will have these 5 indices. For example, I don't know, 5, 12, 14, 20, 23. So it will be okay. And this can be easily done. You just somehow initialize with n empty lists. You iterate over this array, and for each number you just put it. If you see bi equals j, then you just take uj and you push back I. That's it. And after that, you can easily check for each position who points on this position because of this array B. So if you have x positions, you can check in O of x time whether somebody points on these positions. And if somebody points on these positions, you can choose who exactly points on these positions and on which exactly position. And this position is taken as 4, and these three positions are taken as 1, 2, 3. So if in the left part several numbers point on the same position in the right part, then this position is occupied by the maximum number in this batch. And the other numbers are chosen arbitrarily from non-maximum numbers from the batch. Okay, that's it. Uh, I guess the last question is, what if we run into some contradiction? But it is guaranteed there exists at least one pair of permutation A and threshold K, which produces. There is some sort of uniqueness. So it's not only if it's existing, then it is kind of unique. It's unique up to this choice. So we really can distinguish this from, for example, this or something else. But everything else, including number k, oh, I didn't say that, the number k, everything else is unique and can be determined uniquely. So what about number k? Actually, for each position, you know whether it's in the left part or in the right part. In the beginning, depending on the 0 or n plus 1, you know whether the first batch in the right part or in the left part. And after that, the batches, they alternate. So the next batch here, the next batch here, the next batch here. And each time, you have some restrictions on k. For example, if you have some batch in the left part, then k is at least this number. Because if it is here, then it cuts the maximum number into the right part, and this is not appropriate. And same when you have some numbers on the right, then k is at most minimum minus 1, because if it's at least minimum, then it cuts the minimum to the left part, and this is not appropriate. Now this is how you find number k, but I spent a whole lot of time here. Oh, they say DFS and similar. I don't know. Sorry guys, I don't know anything. Why DFS is here, why DSU is here, and why trees are here. It's kind of constructive algorithms, but the rest of tags are nonsense for me. Maybe you will find some other solution. Okay, balance addicts. Oh, this is very easy problem. I don't know why it comes after D. Actually, it's easier than D. I think so. Problem E. What do you have in problem E? You have several numbers. And you want to divide them into several parts so that the sums in parts make a palindrome. So the sequence of sums, which is equal if you read it from left to right or from right to left. It is the same. And you want to find the number of ways of doing it modular this big modulus. First of all, if you don't contact with modular operations frequently, it's kind of the following. You just apply the operations, but each time you make some operation, you have to return to this set, where M is the modulus. For example, you have two numbers. You have added them. What do you do next? If it is at least m, then you have to subtract m because you need to return to this set. But if it is less than m, then you're okay. What if you subtract two numbers? It's kind of the same. If the difference is less than zero, then you have left your set. You was here, for example, here, and now you're somewhere here. So you have to add n to return to the set. But if a minus b is at least 0, then you do not do anything, because it is already between 0 and m minus 1. What about multiplication? Uh, it's pretty straightforward. So you, first of all, you make these numbers in 64s. I write LL, but actually it means that they are long. They're in 64s. Then you multiply these numbers, and after that you have to perform modular operation. So this modular operation forces the number to go back to this set. It subtracts m several times until it is here, but it does it very fast. So if you just subtract m many times, it will be very slow because it can be done something like m times, maybe m minus 2 times, maybe m halved times, but it's still a lot of time, a whole lot of times. But if you just perform percent operation, it instantly puts you into this set, so it's very fast. And the last thing is if you want to divide two numbers. And it's kind of interesting because you just cannot divide 2 by 3. Well, in case of modular separations, you can divide 2 by 3. Yeah, and for example, in this case, for example, this modular, you will have something like 2m plus 2 over 3. So 2/3, it will get this number. So how do you find this number? There are two ways. Uh, First of them is binary exponentiation. You take the a, uh, um, I mean, how do you do it? Actually, you multiply a by 1 over b, and then you just multiply them. But how do you find 1 over b? There are two ways. First of all, first of the ways works only for prime moduli, and m is a prime modulus, so it's okay. You raise m to the power b to the power of m minus 2, and it is equivalent of taking the inverse of b. And this can be done via binary exponentiation. Second thing is extended Euclid extended Euclid algorithm. You can Google it. So let's go to the problem. Again, you can, so as I said, you can just forget about doing it modular. You can just do it. We can just focus on the problem without looking at the modular issues. You have several numbers, and you want to divide them into several parts so that these numbers form a palindrome. What does it mean? Actually, it means that if you have some division mark, I don't know, okay, let's say that we put matches. Yeah, so if we want to divide array in some point, we just put a match here. What does it mean? It means that if we have some match in some point, then we can then we have to put a match on the corresponding point. And what are these points? It means that if sum here is S, then you have to have a match with some S here. Let me make an example. You have something like this, yeah? So if you have a match here, it means that sum here of all these sums, I know that there is only one number, but generally there can be several sums. There is some sum of these numbers. And it means that from the left side, let, let me call it S1, S2, S3, S4. From the right side, you will also have to take this S1, S2, S3, S4 and put the match after this. So actually you can just find the sum here and the equal sum. After the equal sum here, there should be a match. So the only thing the palindromic condition says is that for every match with some sum on the left, we will have the corresponding match with this sum but on the right. This is not really true, and I will explain you now why. For example, let's assume that you have something like this. So if you have zeros, so is it correct? The answer is no, this isn't correct. But everyone can say that each match has a corresponding match. For example, this match has this match because this sum is 1 and this sum is also 1. This match has this match and this match also has this match as corresponding because this sum is also 1. So each match has a corresponding match, but actually this is not correct answer because the sequence is 1, 1, 0, 1 and this is not a palindrome. The reason is because if you have a place where all sums are equal, for example, for all these positions, right sums are equal. They all are equal to 1. So if you have several positions with equal sums and several corresponding positions here, then the number of matches on the left and on the right should be equal. And this is not true here. So in these 3 positions you have only 1 match, and on these 4 positions you have 2 matches. So if you also had 2 matches here, then this would be a palindrome because you have equal number of zeros. So, and this is criterion. This is the criterion. So for every sequence of positions with equal sums on the left, you can consider the sequence of positions with the same sum on the right. So here it is S and here it is S. And the number of matches here and here should be equal. And that's it. If it is equal, then you're okay. I guess this is fine. How do we then solve the problem? We go from both ends to the center and count the answer. It's like two pointers, but they are not going in the same direction. They're going in the opposite directions. This pointer goes to the right, and this pointer goes to the left. So, how do we solve it then? So, since these are 2 pointers and they point, I'd like to notice, they do not point on the elements of the array. They point on the gaps between them. So these are possible places where the pointer points, but not the elements themselves. So actually, each pointer divides the whole array into 2 parts, what is to the right of it and what is to the left of it. So you have 2 pointers. Let's compare this sum and this sum. Which is bigger? If this is bigger, then you definitely cannot put the match here, because if you put the match here, then since this sum is smaller, the corresponding place is somewhere here. We have already considered this place, so we cannot put the match here because we have already considered this place in the past. So we have to move this pointer because this pointer is useless now. We cannot put the match there. And alternatively, if this is the right sum is less than the left sum, then we move the right pointer to the left. And the last case, if these two pointers have the equal sums here, what do we do then? Then, first of all, you skip all the zeros here and all the zeros here. And you count the number of positions here and here. Okay? So all these positions have the same sum s, and all these positions also have the same s. Now we have to choose the equal number of matches here and here. For example, 0 matches here and 0 matches here, or one match here and one match here, or 2 and 2, or 3 and 3. Let's call this procedure equal of 4 and 3, for example. So this is my debt. I promise you to explain how you find the function equal. Again, function equal takes the number of places here and the number of places here, and it returns the number of ways to choose subsets of the left and the right places which have equal cardinality, equal size. Okay, you have some current answer, some ways of placing matches. When you have seen these two, when you have seen this picture, actually your answer is multiplied by equal of 3, because independently of what happened in the past, now you can just independently make this choice, which sticks you put in the left and in the right positions, independently of what happened in the past. Okay? Okay. Sorry. And after that, you just put your... So now your pointers are here and here, and you move them to the next positions, and that's it. You again continue your two pointers method. It is not the full picture. Why? Because actually when you had these two pointers, it could happen that these zeros fill all this array. So you move your pointer actually here, and you move your pointer actually here, and then you make an incorrect decision. So you just have to check that the pointers didn't meet, because if these two pointers met, then actually this is one big segment of zeros. This is not two separate segments of zeros. This is one big segment of zeros. There can be no zeros at all. For example, in this case, 1 and 1. You can also meet this. Your left pointer is here, your right pointer is here, and they also met without any zeros. How do we manage this case? Well, in this case, you can just take any subset of these places. So, for example, if there are 10 zeros, then there are 11 places where you can place matches. And you can take any subset of these places and put matches in this subset. For example, so the formula is 2 to the power of z plus 1, where z is the number of zeros. So this is the algorithm you apply to pointers, and if you have two equal sums, Then you move the pointers while they see zeros, and if they met, you apply to the power of number of zeros, and if they didn't meet, then you apply this function equal. For example, in this case, there are no zeros, so the formula is 2 to the power of 0 plus 1 equals 2. And this is correct, because you can actually either take this match or you can not take this match. And these are two different answers. What about this function equal? Equal of m and n. You have m objects on the left side and n objects on the right side. And you want to choose several objects such that the number of objects taken here is equal to the number of objects taken here, no matter what this number is. First of all, let's just stick to one thing. What if you know that you have m objects and you want to take k from them? Then this is something called choose number. It is written as like this, and it is equal to m factorial over k factorial and over m minus k factorial. This is the formula for choose of m over k. I don't know how it's choose k elements from m. Yeah, so in this case you can just do it. You can sum for k from 0 to minimum of m and n, choose of m over k times choose of n over k. Yeah, but this is slow because you have to do it in O of minimum of m and n 10, and this minimum can be big, so it is not appropriate. You have to do it faster. How to do it faster? And this is an interesting trick. So if you have k elements chosen here and k elements chosen here, let's take in boxes these elements. First of all, chosen elements from the left side and unchosen elements from the right side. So chosen elements from the left side and unchosen elements from the right side are taken in the boxes. So how many boxes are there? On the left side, there are k boxes, where k is the number of x's. And on the right side, there are n minus k boxes. So number is n. Actually, we have just taken n boxes. And the number of ways to choose n boxes is choose of m plus n over n. Actually, any of these ways can be reverse engineered. So suppose you have chosen n boxes from m plus n elements. Then you can provide some x's on the left and the equal numbers of x's on the right. How is it done? On the left, you just choose the elements in the boxes as x's. And on the right side, you choose elements which are not in the boxes as x's. And it works because there are total of n elements, and if there are L elements here, then there are n minus L boxes here. But this means that there are n minus L equals L x's. So actually it turned out that the number of x's is equal on the left and on the right side. Okay, I will also explain how do you calculate the factorials. Modular, prime modular. So this is easy to find factorials. You just make the vector of factorials of some big size, and you make a cycle 4 where factorial of I is product of factorial of I minus 1 and I. And this is taking modular m. This function property is, as I said, you just take log of both values, then you just multiply them, and then you just take its modular m. So factorials is easier. But if you want to find inverse factorials, yeah, like I said, this choose number, it has a factorial in numerator, but it also has two factorials in denominator. So you have to divide by them. So you have to find inverse factorials. And the naive way to do it is just to take inverse of factorial. And this inverse is done either with binary exponentiation or with Euclid's algorithm, and they both work in log m time. So it's kind of slow, and you don't want to do it many times. But you don't have to. So actually, if you want to calculate all factorials, then you can do it in n log m time. But there is also a method which can do it in n plus log m time. So this is naive. And this is what I will explain you now. So first of all, you find all factorials, and this can be done in O of n time. Secondly, you take inverse factorial of n minus 1, and you could do it really with just inversing. You do it naively. But what happens next doesn't turn out to be naive, because now when you know this inverse factorial, you can find all other inverse factorials. For example, what is inverse factorial of n minus 2? This is actually 1 over n minus 2 factorial. Yeah? Let's multiply both numerator and denominator by n minus 1. And the denominator now is just n minus 1 factorial. But wait, you know this n minus 1 factorial. You have calculated it here. So now you can calculate the inverse factorial of n minus 2 by simply multiplying n minus 1 and factorial, inverse factorial of n minus 1 modular m. And you can continue it. So for example, for n minus 3 factorial, you multiply n minus 2 and inverse factorial of n minus 2, and etc. And this all is done in O of n time. That's it. So this is how you find choose numbers, and power of 2 can also be calculated via binary exponentiation modular m. Problem F. Oh, problem G is a catastrophe. Problem F. This is also not a hard problem. You have a graph, and you want to color this graph in several colors so that each color is connected, and the number of vertices of some color squared is at least the sum of degrees of these vertices. And also you know the degrees of all vertices, but you do not know their the actual neighbors, and you have to make queries, and you can make at most n queries. How would you solve this problem? So first of all, theorem. If you have some set where all vertices of degree at most d, and the number of vertices is at least d plus 1, then you won. Why did you win? Because you want this, and this is also connected. It shouldn't be connected, of course, but never mind. What do you want? You want this. As we said, this is at least d plus 1 squared. Now, uh, let's just, so it's like nc times nc, and I replaced both nc's with d plus 1. But let's do not this, let's just replace 1 nc with d plus 1. What about this number? As we know, this is at most, this is sum of all degrees, but each degree is at most d. So since there are nc vertices, then this holds. Yeah, and since you know that this is true, and I can say it's even greater, then you have this chain of inequalities which says that we win. We really have nc squared is at most sc. So this is what we want. We want a set of vertices which are of degree at most d, and the number of these vertices is at least d plus 1. And this can be easily done with disjoint set union. You can Google what disjoint set union is, and I will just explain using this data structure. First of all, you take the maximum degree vertex and you find all of its neighbors. So actually everything already holds. First of all, it is connected. Secondly, the number, for example, let it its degree be bd, so all degrees at most d. Why? This is exactly d, and since this is the greatest degree, then all other degrees are now greater than d. And last but not least, the number of vertices is at least d plus 1, because this and this is just exactly d plus 1. What do we do next? Let's take the second uh, greatest degree. And let's do the same thing. If it didn't meet these vertices, then this is okay. It still works. Since this is the greatest degree among all other vertices, then it's still all degrees at most d prime, let it be d prime, but the number of vertices is at least d prime plus 1, and this is connected. But it also can happen that you look at these neighbors, and one of these neighbors is this vertex, for example. This means that now you simply stop. You do not continue. Why do you do not continue? Because actually you are very restricted with the queries. You can make at most n queries. And if you continue, you will have highly connected component. You can have highly connected component. For example, let's assume that you have this vertex and this vertex. And for example, there are n minus 2 vertices here. If you do not stop immediately, you will actually visit all edges from this vertex. Yeah? So you have made n minus 2 queries for this vertex, and you also made n minus 2 queries from this vertex. And in total, this is 2n minus 4, and this is very big number. You can make at most n queries. So actually, the first moment you see the vertex that you have already seen, you stop and you do not continue. Actually, you don't have to use DSO. You do not have to use DSO. I think I didn't even use DSO. Yeah, I didn't use DSO. I just wrote DSU for fun, but it is not needed. Interesting. See? Uh, Here, yeah, this is DSO, and I create it, but I do not use it. I unite, yes, I united, but then I do not use this dsu at all. Okay. So just if you see a vertex that already has color, then you just color this and all vertices that you have seen earlier in this component. You just color them all in this color. And you continue like this. Why didn't you do more than n queries? This is true because your your query graph looks like a tree. See, you never have any sort of cycles. How can you have a cycle? You only can have a cycle if you have a vertex and there is an edge to a component of this own vertex. But this is impossible in our case because if we haven't stopped yet, then we haven't seen any vertices that we have seen earlier. And this means that our current graph is a star with the center of the current vertex. We just look at the new and new edges. And you cannot have an edge which already visits the vertex that you have already seen, because all vertices in our component are neighbors of our general vertex, not general but main vertex. So have we taken another vertex from another tree? There are no cycles because these two components are different. So the edge between them doesn't create cycles. The problem is now it is not a star. So now the statement that I said, it is false. It is false because the graph uh, containing the connected component containing this vertex is no longer a star. But we don't continue, we just stop. And that's why we do not use many queries. So it at every moment our graph is just a forest. And in any forest there are at most n-1 uh, edges. So we will use less than n queries. And finally, final thing, when we glue some component to some other component, this is okay for us. Since this component is created earlier, this vertex is still the maximum degree vertex among all these vertices. So still it is true that degree is at most t, and the number of vertices is at least t plus 1. And this is also connected because the connectivity tree is even drawn to you. It's here. So this still holds, so we are okay. Finally a problem G, which almost made me cry. Oh, this is catastrophe. Minus 41, guys. Minus 41. So I will say my observations and then we will look in the editorial. So you have this following task. You want to forbid several cells in such a manner that you don't have increasing subsequences of length k. For example, for k equals 5, if none of these cells is forbidden, then this is not okay, because you have increasing subsequence of length 5. So at least one of these cells must be forbidden. And you have to forbid exactly n minus k plus 1 vertices squared. First of all, it is always easy to do it. You can just take a square of with side n minus k plus 1 here, choose it and forbid it. And in this case, if you look at any sequence of length k, let's look at the final cell. It has to have a row at least k and column at least k. But this is row and column with numbers k. So if they both are at least k, then it is indeed in a green square, and the green square is forbidden. So all sequences will be forbidden. The problem is you cannot forbid that simply this square, because according to the statement, in each cell there is 0 or 1, and you can only ban cells where this is 0. No, where this is 1. So only cells with 1 can be banned. All other cells cannot be banned. And this makes the problem a bit more interesting. So how do we solve it? This is some sort of combinatorial problem which has a clear dual problem. What sort of dual problem it is? Guys, I'm an idiot. Maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. First of all, this number is very tight. So if you subtract 1, I can easily provide you with the answer. Moreover, this answer will be very easy to find. So let's assume that we have less than n minus k plus 1 squared forbidden cells, banned cells. Let's find these increasing subsequence. First of all, I want to look at this main diagonal. Yeah, there are n cells, and k cells is enough to make an increasing subsequence. So if you want this not to work, you have to ban at least n minus k plus 1 cells from it. So the rest of the cells is k minus 1, and this is not enough to make an increasing subsequence of length k. So on the main diagonal, you have to ban at least n minus k plus 1 cells. Let's look at the neighboring diagonal, this one. This has length n minus 1, and you also cannot afford a sequence of length k. So you have to ban at least n minus k cells. Okay? So on the main diagonal, we have to ban n minus k plus 1. On this diagonal, we have to ban n minus k. On this diagonal, n minus k minus 1, etc. On this diagonal, 1. And what does it mean? This square, or this triangle, is of length k minus 1. And the same goes here. So you have to ban 2 here, 1 here. This is of length k minus 1. And actually, there is no need to ban any of these cells, because a sequence of length k cannot have any cells from here. Okay, I'll prove it. Suppose you have this staircase of length k minus 1, and you have some point from here, and there is some sort of increasing sequence. So let it be in ith column from the beginning and in jth column from the end, in jth row from the end. So there are at most a minus 1 cells before this, because there are a minus 1 columns to the left. And there are j minus 1 rows to the bottom. And also we have this cell. In total, it makes I plus j minus 1. And this is not enough. Actually, all these cells have sum of coordinates at most k. So I plus j is at most k. So I plus j minus 1 is less than k. So your sequence will be no greater than k minus 1. It is not enough. So there is no need to ban these staircases. They are not useful. Okay. So you have this estimate n minus k plus 1 plus n minus k times 2, etc. 1 times 2. And this is exactly this number. So this estimate is tight. There is sometimes an example of this size, but there is always no examples. There are no examples of less size. Okay. Okay. How do we do it though? So let's ignore these staircases. So you have some sort of this figure, this shape. Okay. So let's go to the dual problem. Actually, we do not have to choose zeros. Let's choose ones. Okay. What do we know about ones? First of all, these staircases are made of ones, but this is not interesting. What you know is that because this estimate is tight, you have exactly k minus 1 cells in each of the diagonals. So each of these diagonals has exactly k minus 1, exactly k minus 1 chosen, not bent, but chosen cells. Okay. Because if it is greater than k minus 1, then this is k, and you have a sequence of k. And if you have less than k minus 1, then the total number of band cells is greater than n minus k plus 1 squared. And this is also bad for us. So on each diagonal there are exactly k minus 1 cells. Okay. Next thing. Let's take, so each diagonal can be somehow ordered from upper left corner to the lower right corner. Let's order them all. Okay. So let's take the first cell, the first chosen cell from each of the diagonals. For example, this one, 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 this one. My statement is that these cells form a path from this cell to this cell. I will prove it to you. Actually, let's even take ith cell from each of the diagonals, not only first, but ith. I will prove it for every I that this is a path. So assume that this is not a path. Yeah? What does it mean? It means that for some cell, the next cell wasn't here and it wasn't here. It was somewhere else. For example, it was here or it was here. And this is really, really, really bad. Let's consider two cases. First of all, this is here. Then, and this is ith cells from each diagonal. Then I can prove to you that I can find a sequence of length k. First of all, I take this diagonal where these cells lie, lies, and I take first I, including this one, cells that are chosen on this diagonal. Then I continue with this diagonal and take the rest of this diagonal. And there are k minus 1 minus I plus 1 cells. So if you sum this up, it is k. This is bad. The second case is if it is here or here or here. Then first I taken here, and the next k minus I taken here. And this also works. So the only way we cannot, actually, what I mean is you cannot take two cells from this thing in the same um, sequence. So, because if you can take them in the same sequence, then actually you can make a sequence of length k. So they cannot be comparable, as I say. It cannot be that I is greater than I prime and j is greater than j prime. At least one should be not true. So for each cell, the next cell is either here or here. So there are only two ways. And this means that these are paths. And what do we need from these paths? Actually, the only thing that we need them to cover all zeros. Yeah. So why? Because if we do not cover some zero, then this zero is lies outside of these paths. And since our path is the set of cells that we take, actually we do not consider these zeros. These zeros are ignored. If our path doesn't go through some zero, it means that we banned a cell which we cannot ban. This is bad. This is forbidden. So each zero has to have some path that goes through this zero. Now you have the following problem. You have a square. You have removed a staircase from here and from here, and you have some zeros. And you want to make k minus 1 paths which connect these points. And these paths must cover all zeros. That's it. Actually, I think it's just checking that there are no sequence of length k on the zeros, isn't it? I don't know. Let's look into the editorial because I'm tired. So you are, I think. Problem G, Anton Jacob, of course. Anton Jacob, thank you for this problem. So let's go through it. I said it. I said it. Okay, what does he say? He says, oh, sorry, let's consider this square. Let's consider the diagonal of length t and t minus 1. And t is called large. This is called small. And this is from 1 to t, and this is from 1 to t minus 1. Yes, we have to delete precisely this number, of course. Now we say that the indices from the large. Yeah, he just said that if we have some index here, then it has the corresponding index here or here. Yes, these criteria are sufficient. I think I can approve it, have proven it. Ah, I think this is, you just do it greedily. So you take, uh, oh, this is also, there is also bonus, but I don't want to prove it to you guys. So actually, we didn't have to look at the ones, we can just look at the zeros. I mean, the cells that we ban. So we ban the uppermost element on this main diagonal. For example, it's this one. But now we greedily ban on the neighboring diagonals. So if we want, for example, if we go in this direction, if we can ban this, we can ban this. If we cannot ban this, we ban this. If we cannot ban both, then sorry guys, that's just no. It's so it's so easy, but I failed. Oh, I even thought about some sort of flows. If I try to solve it with a flow, I definitely would fail. Okay, guys. I guess I guess we don't always succeed in contests. Sometimes we lose. But it's the rules of the game. I guess it's the rules of the game. It's the rules of the game. Oh, tourist finished sixth. He didn't solve H. Look at it. Tourist. Sorry. First of all, I want to do this and check that this is okay. This is kind of okay. Okay. So tourist didn't solve H. So this Chinese guy is the first. It's the first time when he is the first in the contest. Congratulations. And I failed, guys. I just failed. Alexander Golovanov, course. Congratulations. Let's look at the friend standings. So Rainboy participated in this contest very well. Nicky Boy participated okay. So Шоколадина, Mr. Capoon, Gus is plus 33. Tractor didn't participate well. Oh, poor Piotr. Never give up, never give up. Oh, okay. Sometimes I say that the problem is kind of impossible, but in this case, problem G was absolutely doable. So the only issue is I was very slow on problem A, problem C, and problem D. I was very slow on them, on each of three of them. And also, when I was solving G, I was also very slow. And this is the root of the issue, why I lost this contest. Next time I have to be fast, and then I will succeed. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for watching my editorials. I do my best to explain you some technical details, but mostly the key, the essence of the problem. I mean, so I hope it was understandable. Thank you for watching.